Hello and welcome back to 90 Days. My name is Kevin and I am on my 20th day of 90 days of web development. So we're 22% of the way there after today. Today we've got a quiz on CSS positioning. We're going to review what we did on Tuesday, which was CSS attribute selectors. And we've got a certification project. That's the big part of today. So yeah, it's been it's been a little much. Kind of sticking to the schedule is a little stressful sometimes. It's going against what I want to really do. So I don't mind, like, some things I don't mind that, but I think what I want to do is move this towards to Twitch then, and just do, that way I don't have to schedule out days in advance really. We just kind of plan it out as we go. Maybe do some community posts or something rather than doing the scheduled live streams. Because truth be told, not that it matters. Nobody's watching, so no one's tuning into the lives. So there's really no point, really. Well, like how much effort should I put into it if no one's really paying attention? Oops. So let's see. We have the. Okay, so there's the default transition is wrong. That's one. It's doing the fade. This is weird. I think something got screwed up here. My scene collections, maybe I copied the wrong scene. This is in the profile, actually. I think the profile actually got messed up. Yeah. Is everything working properly? Everything seems to be working all right. Let me see. What about the transitions from the left to the right here? If I'm in the left, if I'm in the right, something got screwy here. That looks right. Maybe it was just that one transition. Let's see. Transition override is move left. Yeah, that should be it. That should be the thing. I don't know why. Well, that's the transition into it, so then the transition from here to there. Okay, I guess that's it. I don't know. I think what I actually wanted to do was a swipe up or something like that. Swipe down, is that what I wanted? Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Or how about move down? How about we do a move, but we do a move down? How about that? Oh, we had another one. Move, but move down. Position bottom. Bottom center. me see. Disappearing items go to the bottom center. Well, they're coming from the... Okay, so they need to come from the top center. There we go. I like that better. There we go. That should be cooler. So then if I go from here to there we go. All right. That's fine. Okay, so we're gonna flex our CSS muscles here today, and do a certification project. So that should be fun. Let's see. So we'll start the first of 10 pomodoros now. It's 24-minute pomodoros. And after 5 of them, we do a break of 40 minutes. And in between the pomodoros, we do a 4-minute break. So we got to do this quiz on positioning. We should review our notes from the attribute selector stuff, but I'll do that after. Do that after we do the attribute selector review. So we need to get 18 out of 20 questions correct here. Which position value lets you adjust an element's position with top and left while keeping it within the normal document flow? Relative. So that keeps it within the normal document flow, so it's still going off of its parent, relative to the layout. How does an element with position sticky initially behave? So it behaves like an absolute element within its parent. I think it behaves like a fixed element until a scroll position is reached, right? I think that's the right one. Which of the following demonstrates a valid and effective use of the z-index property to make box 2 appear on top of box 1? What do you mean? Box 2 has a higher z-index, so that looks right. But the float left, is that right? Stack order doesn't matter there. And that one's backwards. Absolute positioning with the z-index. Right, so I don't think it works with the float. I think you need to give it a position other than static in order for that to work. And then yeah, because I don't know about these float things. I think that might put them right next to each other. What is the z-index property used for in CSS? It's the vertical stacking order of positioned elements that overlap. When you apply top 10% to an element with position fixed, what is 10% calculated in relation to? Fixed. I think it's the top of the viewport. 10% the height of the viewport. Right. Which of the code examples is a correct use of the z-index property? Place an overlay above other content. Feeling a lot of anxiety lately. Today. Need to relax a bit. Oh gosh. Which of the code exempts correct use of z-index property to place an overlay above other content? It's kind of hard to see all the options here. Why, like, z-index 10, that's fine, but like, because so z layer is wrong, so we can eliminate that one. I mean, it's relative. It's relative to the other stuff, isn't it? No float. A float won't work. Absolute should work, right? Because you need to pop it out of the document flow, don't you? So this won't work because it's in static. Okay. So which CSS property is used to control whether an element should be moved below floated elements? It's the clear property. And let's see. How will an element with position relative and bottom set to 25 pixels be moved? It'll move 25 pixels up from its normal position? I mean, 25 pixels from the bottom of the viewport is wrong because it's not relative to the viewport, it's relative to its own container, is it not? So the z-index property will only affect elements that have what CSS property applied. Display value of inline block, no. Could be a position value other than static. What would be the effect of applying float right to a logo in a header? Float right to a header. Okay, the logo would become a. The logo would be aligned to the right, but would remain in the normal document flow, preventing other content from wrapping. I think it would wrap around it though, right? So the logo would be removed from its normal flow and placed on the right side of its container with other content wrapping around it. I think that's what it would be. Now, which CSS snippet will keep an element fixed to the top of the viewport once it is scrolled to? Position sticky top 0, that might work. Fixed, it will always stay there. Relative is 0. That's no, that doesn't work. What's the specific purpose of clear both in CSS? Cancels out the float property of the element itself, returning it to the no. Only clears floated elements that are on the right side? No. Removes any clear properties that were inherited from the parent. I don't know. It ensures that the element is moved below any floated elements that appear before it on the left and right sides. Okay. So how will child be positioned here? So we have a parent and then a child of that element. So it's the parent positioning is static, which means then that the position of the child, setting that to absolute, will then, it's going to be absolute in reference to the parent's parent, or the, in this case, if there's nothing else there, then it's going to be, I think, the body. It will be positioned 10 pixels from the top of its initial containing block, such as the body, because its parent is not positioned. That sounds the most accurate to me. Or at least it sounds accurate to me. It will be positioned 10 pixels from the top of the parent element. No. It's not always relative to the direct parent. It just tries to find the most recent ancestor that has a position other than sticky, or a position other than static. What effect will the following CSS have on the box element? So we're setting it absolute and top and left, right? So the element will remain in its normal flow. No, it gets taken out of its regular flow. Taken out of the regular flow. Place 50 pixels. Yeah, so its nearest positioned ancestor. That's the better, more concise way of saying that. So which of the following position values removes any element entirely from the document's normal flow? Absolute does. Relative keeps it in the normal flow. Right, it keeps it in its normal flow, and then you just move it from there. So you're moving it. You're adjusting the positioning from where it normally is. Yeah. Going back to this bottom one, I think what you're actually doing is you're moving it down. I think it's going to move down from its normal position, because the positive vertical, values are going to go down, although no, it will be up, because bottom is kind of changing the orientation so that, like, positive numbers of bottom go up, and then negative values go down, and then positive top values go down, negative top values go up, And, you know, similarly for the left and right, that doesn't change, but the, and then for the right, if you move, well, for right, it does. Positive values of right will go to the left. Negative values will go to the right. Okay, so given a parent and child element, which CSS snippet will correctly position the child 20 pixels from the top left corner of a parent element? So we're setting a position of relative for the parent, and then absolute for the child, 20 from the top left corner. So that looks about right. I don't think floating will work. This won't work because this is going to be, you know, referring to the nearest ancestor, which is the parent's parent, or could be the body. So positioning it relative is going to be relative to its own position in the normal flow. What's the difference between static and relative positioning? Difference between static and relative positioning. Static positioning removes an element from the document flow. No. Both keep an element in the normal document flow, but relative allows the element to be offset from its original position. That sounds accurate. This is not right at all, that last one. Static positioning is for block level elements? No, it can be for all of them, right? That can be for flex elements as well, while relative positioning is only intended for inline. No. CSS snippet correctly floats an image to the left, allowing other content to wrap around it. So which CSS snippet correctly floats an image to the left, allowing other content to wrap around it? Oh gosh, okay. Setting an image to float, I think that's right. What's the difference between absolute and fixed? Absolute positioning keeps the element in the normal document flow. And, oh, you know what? I need to do some I gotta check something after I'm done here. So this is, yeah, it's set to 100, and I think that's too much. So I don't know. I need to like adjust that because I'm not sure how much it should be with my normal speaking voice. I don't know. Absolute positioning keeps the element in the normal document flow. No, it doesn't. Relative to the nearest positioned ancestor, fixed positioning is relative to the browser viewport. That sounds accurate. Absolute positioning is relative to the viewport. No. Fixed positioning is relative to the nearest. No, that's wrong. Which position value places an element in the normal document flow and prevents offset properties like top and left from having an effect? So we're in the normal document flow. Prevents offset properties from top and left from having an effect. So that's static. And I think that's gonna do it. We got 19. So we got one wrong. Which one was the wrong one? Was it the positioning one? So I got that one right, though. That's right. What did I get wrong? Did I just read something incorrectly? Oh, sticky behaves like a relative element, not like a fixed element. No, okay, it behaves like a fixed element after it's been scrolled to. That's right. Okay. Yeah, I should have gone back because something like when I was doing one of the later questions, I was like, did I do something wrong before? Because I thought I was thinking, you know, there's a contradiction. Behaves like a relative element until a specified scroll position is met. That's wrong. So it's or right. That's right. It's like a relative relative element. Okay. Okay, so that's that. We're gonna move along to our attribute selectors. And CSS positioning. I should go check that out because I gotta check that off. This module is done. We're done with that module. Topography, Flexbox. Here we go. And then what we want from our attribute selectors thing, we want to set this up. I want to move this to our quizzes thing to check our inbox and see if there's anything that I didn't move over there. Pomodoro GUI prototype. Does it hold on there? 90 days, no, okay, so everything's good. What's this thing? Oh, there's our house. We need to move this to wait, what was the name of that? So I'm gonna move this to portfolio assets is where we need to put that. Okay. All right, so before we go into the review here, let's take a look at where we are in the schedule here. So upcoming tomorrow, we'll do the responsive design, and we'll look at that. I think we're going to look at media queries. Monday, we have another certification project. It's a technical documentation page. Tuesday of next week, we'll have variables. Thursday will be grid layout. And then Friday is another certification project. So we're kind of bookended there by certification projects, which should be fun, actually. I like having, I don't mind having those things on a Friday. It's pretty good. Can use attribute selectors in CSS. It's done, right? All this other stuff's done. I do need to schedule out a couple more days. I think the next week of that is then on the 22nd, I want to say, is going to be animations. And then the 23rd is a review. The 25th, I think, will be a review. and then the 26th is the exam. So I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to review CSS attribute selectors. Focus for reviewing attribute selectors here. So I just want to do the whole thing. I could just copy paste everything. I just don't like getting all the excess stuff and deleting it afterwards. There's not much to review, even though let's see. our usual CSS and HTML code blocks here. Go ahead and copy that. Copy that. There we go. Oops. Keep overshooting it. Keep overshooting it. There we go. Okay. A lot of these little sandbox thingies for today. Just one more? One more? Nope, that's it. Okay. Quite a few. Quite a few. Okay, so let's see. What do we got here? Working with different attributes, selectors, and links. So we have a definition that the attribute selector allows you to target HTML elements based on their attributes, like the href and title attributes. Okay. Oh, having some trouble today focusing. Need to relax. Here we go. So you're selecting all anchor elements that have an href attribute assigned, that it actually has something. I don't know how it's doing that on the back end of that, like whether or not it's like just looking for a null, whether or not it's not null or something. The title attribute provides additional info about the element. You can target things that have a title. A link with a title. So that when you hover over it, it says tooltip on this one. Okay. You can combine selectors that have href and title attributes. Or you can escape the flow of that. So if it has an href and it has a title, href and title, only href can match a single word within a space separated list. Matching the class that contains word primary, and so this is also the same as as doing this. So let me copy that. The same as doing that. Specific class word. So if it has the primary class, then I'm gonna change that. Yeah. And so that's the same as using that whole tilde thing. You can do prefixes, right? The caret is the prefix. So if it starts with HTTPS with the href, you can like style it differently. Okay. Also think these topics aren't very exciting either. It is just basic CSS as well. So probably not a lot of people that are really interested in that part. We need to go a little bit deeper. So you can match elements with that contain the word CSS anywhere, and that's a star equals set up there to be review that. I don't know if I took that note, but that's okay. So these patterns make it easy to consistently style links based on their attributes and values. And there's the lang and data lang, and I still don't understand the difference. We're gonna have to play around with some of this because I think their examples were not very good at showing that any kind of contrast between the two. So let's read this. So the lang attribute is used in HTML, specifying the language of the content within an element. You might want to style elements differently based on the language they are written in, especially on a multilingual website. Okay. Language of content inside of one specific element, and then data lang. Used within a specific section of text. I don't understand the distinction here. You're still saying the same thing. You're still saying the same thing, man. You're saying the same thing. I don't get it. I don't know what you're trying to show here as being different. Like, what is this? What are we talking about? Let's look at the MDN docs, because this is like this is really weak sauce. This is weak. You're weak. The leads are fine. You're weak. Data lang. Let's see. What's the difference? Because they don't spell it out at all. The lang property and data lang. They don't even mention data lang here. What are we even doing here? HTML element has a lang thing. Okay. So global attribute. There's no such thing as data lang in this thing. Why is this why are they even referencing this? It's not even in the MDN docs. What are they talking about? DOM lang? I don't get it, man. Did you just make this shit up? They make this sound like it's there. Okay, so it's a custom data attribute. Okay, now you're saying it's custom. Use the store custom data private to the page or application. So it gives us the ability to embed custom data attributes on all HTML elements. So you can't access it through the DOM? I don't understand. Why is it private? Data name, data city. I think you're overriding because you're overriding the name. Okay, so they don't show up in the DOM unless you get them from JavaScript. That's why it's easier to... Even if it's a bit risky. They don't show up in the DOM. Okay. Several benefit for keeping custom attributes prefixed with data. Zoom in here. Guarantees there will not be any clashes with extensions to HTML in future existence. Does it? Does it guarantee that? I don't know about that. It's a problem that has been encountered to some degree already with some of the new attributes introduced in HTML5, where existing sites were using attributes with the same name and expecting different and incompatible custom behavior. There's a convenient DOM API HTML element dataset for accessing these attributes from script. It is now supported in most browsers. They provide a clear indication of which attributes are custom attributes and which ones are standardized attributes. Not only helps validators by allowing them to permit any attribute with data while still performing useful error checking for other attributes, also helps make this aspect of the source code clearer to those reading it, including people who may work on a website after the original author. Yeah, so whoever's doing this free code camp course, I think whoever's making this thing, I think should clarify a little bit more about that this is a custom data attribute and the reasons why you're calling it, that. I think just flesh that out a little bit better. Used to store additional information in the elements. So that is not clear what you're talking about here. This specifies the language of the content within an element. The lang does that so that it's available in the DOM easily, and so you can easily, I guess, manipulate different things. And it's probably, I know there's things you can do for like localization, translating from the language that it's written to a different language and using translators for that. Using appropriate translators, and it just makes it easier to work with translation APIs that way. Yeah, I just think that this data lang attribute, as I was going through it, I don't see the difference. Like, I don't see a difference between that. So I think maybe showing the benefit of using this as data lang versus using it this other way. So, like, I want it to be able to be translated, so I use the lang attribute. I don't want it to be translated, but I want to indicate what language is being used. Data lang, right? Maybe like that. I don't know. Let me know what your thoughts are on that. Anybody watching? According to John Riesick, the whole purpose of the addition of these custom data attributes is to allow to embed custom data in HTML while still being valid. If you don't care about validation, as you said, your custom attributes are not colliding with existing HTML elements like name, ID, style. But I guess you don't have to use the data prefix, but considering that this is not a huge cost for writing valid compatible code, I don't see why you wouldn't do it. So this is just convention to prefix your custom data attribute, custom attributes with data, custom data, whatever. Okay, so data set property, read-only property of the HTML interface provides read-write access to the custom data attributes. Okay, so they do talk about custom data attributes here in the MDN docs. They just don't allow us to search for data -lang. But there is something here on that. Okay. right, so I'm gonna actually let me I'm gonna share this in chat, link to that HTML element dataset property. So you can set a data ID there, and maybe that's like how you want to display list of information, calling from a database and putting that into here, into your HTML. Then it's like easily linked back to the data, to the source database. Proprietary information to be exchanged between the HTML and DOM. They might have, maybe they touched on this in the HTML course and I just forgot it. I don't know. It's possible, but that's what happened. So data set and data attributes have been available for a long time. Okay. And then there's, okay, so there is a W3C declaring values. Oh, I thought there was maybe a WCAG. Specification for how to use it. How to use the lang attribute accessibly and stuff. All right, let me copy the link here and share this. We are going on break in a second, but let me finish up this section. So we have the type attribute allows for working with HTML ordered lists, and you can change the change things based on the type in the ordered lists. So when we come back, we'll get started with the project for today, and I will take a quick look at the review stuff. So we did the review for that stuff. Right, we did the clip property and that stuff. Maybe I'll just review this stuff again. Right, be back in a few. Okay, so we're going to get started on this book inventory app. So we're going to take a look at what we need to do for that. Before I do, let's just take a look at some of these. Actually, let me get this preview up on there and I'll go back here. Let's take a look at some of these things here. So what I reviewed, we looked at the clip property, which defines visible portions of an element. Clip path determines the shape of the clip property. And then container queries is what we looked at when we were reading the Responsive Web Design with HTML and CSS book by Ben Frayne. And container property is shorthand for container name, container type, and then inline size is the length of the container and the inline axis. A fluid layout being the layout that adjusts to, well, they're like types of layouts that adjust to the screen using widths defined as percentages. That's what we use in modern CSS. We had this article from 2009 that talked about fluid grids and talked about converting a fixed layout, something that's defined by pixels, or some other length unit that is a fixed length unit, and to convert that, you think about the target that you want, divide by the context, and that's the result, right? So the element that you're targeting, right, and then the context that it finds itself in, being like the container, so like an element inside of a container. So you take the element size that you want and then divide by the context of the container, that the size of the container. That's your percentage. Then we looked at Flexbox, right? And we can finish that up today, I think. Place items is shorthand for align items and justify items, and place content is shorthand for align content and justify content. So if you want to place things in the center, it's another way to center things is to just give the center value to place items, and that can set align items and justify items to center. I think items is referring to the cross axis, and then content is referring to the main axis, I think. I know justify content is referring to the main axis. Yeah, okay. I'll have to dig it deeper on that. Baseline is another value that align items can take, which aligns the items so their baselines are level. Okay. All right. I feel like after I do all of this free code camp course thing, I want to open it up to just going through all the books that I have available to me, and I want to try to do because I've been drilling down deep onto this CSS stuff, and I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot of understanding. Like, I understand a lot more than I did when I started, but I'm at the I'm just about at the point where I want to go broader and rather than deeper. So let's see. So we have this build a book inventory app. I will create the page for this right now anyway. It's a project. I just don't know where I want to put this. So I do know that I want to put this into the portfolio. And we'll do something with that. So this is a certification project, I think is what I said. Certification project for Free Code Camp. And we'll do what we usually do. We'll do the minimum, trying to pass the test, and then after that I will go beyond and try to make it something that is useful. And today I really want to focus on getting some practice with making it accessible. So this is what we should be trying to build. It's okay. Wow. Are we in 2007 here? Okay, so we have this H1 element with this title element up in the top here, book inventory, and then we have this table element, which gives us title, author, category, status, and rate. And yeah, so we want to center items along the title, author, category. Then we want to make these like button type things, these indicators, these little pills, the read, to read, that, in progress. How are we going to handle that? We could do it as a status or as a class, or yeah, as a class of like read or to read and in progress, and then handle that with that. Or we could do, like, if you're doing type selector, can we do a type selector type thing? Their custom attributes. Don't know. And then there's a rating. And here is where we might use a data attribute, like data-rate or rating from 0 to 3. And we might put some data there, and then we might display it as something else. So we might put the ARIA label and ARIA data as like 3. And then we could do an SR only thing on that one, and I think hide the yeah, so we could do the SR only thing on this rate, and then hide it, use that hiding pattern with clipping and whatnot. And just put that in text and then display it as something else based on the data rate. So we'll hide it from our custom attribute. We'll hide it from the screen reader, but we'll be able to display this as that. I think that's the way that we want to do that, right? And then this status thing we can just do by read, and then we can do it with classes and stuff. Yeah, and then the rows we want to specify by something based on whether it's a in progress So the table row is going to be defined by it's in progress, or we could drill down and do the parent of the element that's in progress is going to get a background color of this yellow or orange, whatever that is. Okay. I'm going to try to do this as like some of the books that I have in my inventory here, and maybe some things that I've read. Okay. So first, see the minimum that we have to do. We should have an H1 element that says book inventory. And should have a table. So let's go over to here, the preview. And so what I'll do is I'll set another style set, and I want some colors that I want available to me. So I'm going to set my Azure color to or let's go with my light. P8 BEFF. We'll set the body background color to, or we can set the background just to oh wait, why is that like that? Is that the right color? I don't think it is. It's a purplish color. What was my color? Why can't I remember that? E8EB. EBFF. There it is. That's the one, not BE. That's totally wrong. Okay, so we'll just do this that for now. Oh, they already linked the style sheet for us. Thank you very much. That's nice. So inside the body, we should have a table element, of course. And in that table, we should have columns named title, author, category, status, and rate. So to do that, we're going to have a T head and T body. And win a T body award. And in the T head, we have well, we're just gonna have TH. Let's just do TH elements at first and then see if we need to add anything. Author. Just add a blank TH element. Just do it like that. Category, status, and rate. Save our progress so far. Table should have at least 4 rows. So in the T body, we're gonna have, for some reason it was like that. I don't understand. I don't know why I did that. So our TR elements are 4 rows. Inside of these rows, the first 4 should have at least 4 rows. The first 4, the column headings, and the rest filled with the book information. So the column headings, what? I I can't remember what we're looking for. The first with the column headings. Title, author, category, status, and rate. Isn't that handled by that? I don't understand. Okay, so I think that's handled by the header. At least 4 rows. The first with column headings, the rest with the fields of book information. So we can say, like, you know, book 1, author 1, category 1, and then the status, we'll say that red, you know, have some in progress things and that. And so category, it'll just give some example things. Science. Book, author, red. 3 of 3. I think we might want to do it on the 4-star scale. Is that what we want? I'm not sure. So each row inside the table should have either the class read, to read, or in progress. So we'll just copy that. And what we'll do is we'll copy these other TRs. And let's say history or something. Let's say in progress. In progress. And we can do another one. To read. The TD elements of the status column should contain a span. Oh, we're actually giving this to a class to the row. Okay, I see. That's one way to do it, right? We could do it a different way. We could do it in a different way. So this is going to have a span element with the class. Status. Okay. In progress probably doesn't get a rating yet, right? Let me see. Have some yogurt. Okay, so TD elements should have a status, span the status, okay. Okay. Slash span, C-span. Okay. Okay. Depending on the class of the row. Right, okay. Red to read in progress. Depending on that. Okay, so the TD elements of the rate column should contain a span with the class rate wrapping 3 empty span elements. Weird. Okay. Okay. Very bizarre. I don't think they're making this very accessible. Okay. Inside of the read? This is very manual. Okay, so inside of the read row should have classes of 1, 2, or 3, depending on the personal rate. Okay, so the rate elements. Okay, just gonna copy this and paste it over there. So we have 1, 2, 2. Wait, okay. There's 1 empty one, 2 empty ones. And then we need another empty one before closing out the span. Okay. Copy that. Replace this one here. I doubt this is going to be accessible. I'm just going to finish up this user story. So this rate, since it's red, we'll say 3, I guess. All right, sir. What do we have here? Everything is not in the right spot. I think there's something wrong here. Because we have a span element inside of the TD. Is that why? They're not like centered or anything. They're not like... Yeah, okay. At any rate, okay, so... Should come after rate 3. Okay, so... 3 attribute selectors to target the elements with the class of red to read and in progress. So we want, okay, so we're going to switch over to the CSS here. We want an attribute selector for the row elements that have a class of red to read. Oh gosh. Okay, so they want us to use this thing. We'll use it for practice, but I mean, we already know how to select classes differently. And we're going to set their background image property to use a linear gradient of my choice. Okay, so what I want to do then, we'll just use 2 different colors. We could just use a single color as well. So red, I guess you wanted it to be green or something like that. Just make it green. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't, huh. Why is there spacing between? It's because the margins, interestingly enough. Green to light green. Or we go from lime to light green. There we go. Lime to light green. TR class of in progress could go from a linear gradient of like peach. Really? There's no peach color? Orange to yellow. Light orange? No. Dark orange? All right. We'll fix that later. To read was, what was the color that we want? Maybe we'll just do a blue. A royal blue. Cerulean blue? Sky blue? No, sky blue. Azure. There we go. Okay. So all the span elements are going to be called displayed as inline block. Okay. We should use an attribute selector to target the span elements with the class of status. Class equals status. That are descendants of a TR element. With the class of toRead. Okay, with the class of toRead. So I'm going to set a border. Should use an attribute selector to target the span elements with the class of status that are descendants of TR. Okay. Equal status. We're going to set their border and background, I guess. Green. Okay. I should use an attribute selector for the in progress, of course. Should use an attribute selector to target the span elements with the class of status. And the span elements with the class starting with the rate, so its class is starting with rate. Set their height with I guess what we could do is do like 100% or something, maybe less than the containing element. 1 rem, maybe 2 rem. Okay, yeah. Do some padding around the elements there, just 5 pixels maybe. Let's do like 0.5 rem maybe of padding around. There we go. That looks good. We need to center these things though. Should use a attribute selector to target these span elements, which are direct children of span elements with the class starting with a rate. Direct children is, oh gosh, is it tilde? Is that what it is? Or is that a sibling? I forget my selectors. Forget my combinator. Child combinator, there it is. The direct children. The greater than, okay. Let's put a margin of 10%, let's say, of the container, and a height. We're going to say fit content, I think. It's 100%. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. So we should make this square. Do as 1 rem and 1 rem. There we go. Margin height. Let's see. %. We need to set the width of these rate classes 100%. Oh, that's in the status, right? It's overflowing for some reason. That's weird. Should use an attribute selector to target the first descendant. first descendant of span elements that have the word one as part of their class. So the first descendant, I think it's like first child, I think. Is that what it was? It's been a while since we looked at that. The pseudo class, first child, okay. And we're going to set the background image to a linear gradient. Then we're just going to do the same for these other ones. Well, I mean, let's see what we have wrong then. Should have attribute selector to target rows that have the class a red. So you want us to use the attribute selector for that. Wait. That's not going to work though. Span elements with the class of status that are descendants of TR elements with the class to read. What? Span elements with the class of status that are descendants of TR elements with the class to read. Is that not what I have here? Class of status Class of stats. I don't get it. I don't understand what they want here. Target the span elements with the class of status. Targeting TR elements with the class of toRead and set the border image. Back to our notes here. So what was the star equals thing? Contain a substring anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Okay, where are we with this here? This is weird. Um, um, with the class to read? I'm confused. A span that has a class of status. Do we, like, have a class of status for everything? I do, right? I do have that. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Don't know what's happening. Nope. Hang on a second. Oh. Back massage here. Here we go. So we set class of read, class of in progress, that with the background, and then we set span elements that are descendants. Span elements with the class of status. Span elements with the class of status. That are descendants. Class red. What? I don't get it. I don't understand. I also want to make this a flex table thing, but want to pass these tests here first. Oh, weird. So confused here. I think there's also something that we looked over here. Let me see. The first two descendants. So the first descendant, first two descendants, three descendants. So, first child. Seventh and all following elements. Interesting. This is interesting. Represent the first three elements. Negative n plus 3. Okay, so that's one way to do this. Okay, so we can do negative n plus 2. We can do nth child negative n plus 3 then for that one. So span class of 3, we're looking for the span elements that have there it is. That's what we were looking for. Okay, I see. That's how we're selecting that. That's okay. Come back over to here. So if I do it this way, this is working a little bit better. There we go. So how I had it before, let's just go over here and cut that. And that's selecting the entire, the span with the class of 2. That's the nth child of whatnot. Negative n all the way up to +2. So there's no other. Right, okay. This is how I should be selecting it. So that fixes that part, but I still can't figure out the part that I'm supposed to be working on here. No idea. Am I supposed to use this as status? I think I tried that. To read is a TR element. Then we have TD class. Span class status. What am I doing wrong? So it's a TD element, a table data element that has a span class of status. And this is a descendant of the class to read. Now, yeah, that should be right. Descendants of the TR elements. All right, let's go back to the combinators thing because I think maybe sending combinator, it's just a single space. Yeah. What am I doing wrong? I think I'm gonna have to check out the get a hint or something here. Can I copy the link? Let me copy the link and go into a different folder or different thing here. See the forum. We're gonna also search for right. Yeah. Wanted to also have so that in title. Let me just search for this thing. It's not a direct child, it's descendant of. So what did they say? Let's see theirs. PR class to read. Span class equals status. Set their background image property. Did I not set their background image? So I think I need a linear gradient or something. Is that what we're doing? Oh, it wasn't that I was okay, so I was selecting it correctly. There it is. Right. Okay, so it does work there. So let me see if I can do this like this. They want us to use the okay. Okay, moving along. So, direct children of span elements. With the class value starting with rate. Set their background color property. So we forgot to do that. Have the word 3 as part of their class value, so you should have a descendants of span elements that have the word 3 as part of their class value. Why 3? So it's not working. We're gonna take a break, take a lunch. We're looking for the nth child combinator thing. And so all non-negative integers. So I think maybe they just don't like this. We'll figure it out though when we come back. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what they want with this. I think the way that they actually want this is to select all the span elements like that. And that's it. Okay, so whatever. Whatever. And I'm like, whatever. Okay, so that works. We'll just copy this. Move on over to here. So we have a minimal solution. Copy that and put it into the CSS there. That's the minimal solution. And the HTML gonna be there as well. So I'm gonna take a different approach. I think for this rate part, because this is not accessible. And I'm going to take a look at like what a screen reader would actually see. If we try that. So here's what we'll do. We'll copy this. Let's take a screenshot of this. So let me actually do this. So this is that. I'm going to use my ShareX thing here. And why is there a border? How do I change the border? Rectangle region. Multi-region, share. Fixed region, no. Magnifier pixel. Enable animations. Oh, corner radius, I see. The corner radius to 0. And I wonder if I can, I don't want it to be a fixed region. What I want is to actually select the thing. So can I select it like this? Gonna let me do that? Okay. Okay. Enter that one. And here we go. There we go. That's not bad. It's the minimal solution, and then I'll put the other solution. So what was the other Build a house painting? No, it was page of playing cards was the last one we did. I have the minimal passing code there. And okay, so we have that there. Okay, what I'll do, let's put this up on top there. And put an MVP up on here, so we'll finish that up. I'm not sure how much time I'm going to spend on that. Why is this opening up here? Playing card style. Oh, because I accidentally clicked on it. Okay, whatever. What I'm going to do is we're going to submit this. We're going to continue. Support them. So we're going to go do responsive design tomorrow, or on tomorrow on Friday. Build a technical documentation page on Monday, variables on Tuesday, create on Thursday, and then build a product page. So we're closing in here on this certification. I'm gonna close this down. I'm gonna get the VS Codium up, but first let me get my right spot here. So I think I was just going into the portfolio. Okay, I think maybe it's in the assets. All right, well, I don't have a VS Codium thing there. But I'll just open it up from here. And we'll look for like a screen reader type of thing. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll find a extension. Firefox extension screen reader. You know, an ARIA reader or whatever the hell it is. Accessibility, ARIA focus management. ARIA DevTools. Okay, that should be good. ARIA DevTools. So can I search for that here? Ally Resolver? AI powered. Oh god, fuck you. A11Y Resolver is a good one, but yeah. There's gotta be something here. Semantic HTML first, of course. ARIA live regions for dynamic content. Screen reader only text. Yeah, so we want to implement that thing. I think with the rating, I think we want to set it for like with 3. And so if we have like a rating of 3, then we'll style it with different things. So, yeah. So we could do display none and visibility none, and then I don't know how we're gonna like show it without it ending up on the screen reader. So how do we? I'm gonna try to think about that. So there's ARIA labels. I could add an ARIA label to it, maybe. Rough is updated like multiple times a week. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, copy and paste that code. And here's what we'll do. Let's touch the, you know what? Maybe we should do a separate folder. So we'll do a separate folder then, build a book inventory app. So we'll make a directory called build a book inventory app. We'll have that, and we'll put the code into there. We should be organizing it like that style anyway. And then so I'll also do make a directory build a page of playing cards. Was our previous one. So I'm quite proud with this. I think that's something cool to show off. The Flexbox. We used a lot of Flexbox. So what we'll do is the minimal and the other thing. So the house and the house styles. Okay. Playing card styles. So we'll move to build a page of playing cards. And then we should be able to see that those are both there. Let's see this. So we can also move the other stuff. So CSS Vert 1. Is the card thing. Yep. So I can move that stuff. So move that stuff to build a page of playing cards. We'll take a look at this stuff here too. Job application form was one of the certification projects. So now that we have that, I'm going to CD into build a book. And what we're going to do is we're going to touch index.html. And we're going to also touch styles.css. And we're going to open those up. Oops. Styles.css, we'll open that up as well. So, I think there's a way to like quickly copy the code in here. Wasn't there? Wasn't there code copy or something? Oh. That's a shame. I can't copy the source. thought there was a way to copy code from here. Is it a community plugin? Easy copy the text within inline code. Bold text or quickly generate an element. Alt click on code blocks is pretty nice. Bold text in many other formats. Quickly generate an elegant link to a heading. That's an interesting way to think about that too. It's Clipbook. I don't know. Okay. I want to get bogged down by this. What are the options of this blue sky thing? Because I haven't used it in a while. Say post to folder. Oh, well, that's fun. That might be a new thing. Let's see. I can save something here. Doesn't use this searcher, so I don't want to even bother with it. Oh, you click on it. Okay, you click on it. That's what you do. There we go. Okay. Just click on it, and then it saves it. Okay. Now we can we save these. We're going to go over to the index, and I'm just going to start our live server. And so we completed that part of it, at least. That's good. That section. So let's check that. Here's our live server, and for some reason we're at all that. How do I add the ARIA dev tools? Easily spot missing area labels, misused area roles, incomplete thing there. So we'll continue the installation there. Okay, extension to toolbar is fine. And then let's see if there's an ally thing. Color blindness empathy test. Totally accessibility toolkit. This one. We'll try this one. There's 0 reviews. Let's see if there's like the most users or something. How do I sort by most users? Open source browser design. Accessibility toolkit. Okay, maybe this one will be good. Bogdan Lazar. Okay. Okay, so we have that. What I want to do... We have React developer tools, which I use a lot, actually. PWAs. Blog. Okay. Title. Oop, hang on a second. Title, okay. No documentation for the Zarya role yet. Issue tracker. Okay, there's no documentation for that one. So this says that the heading role indicates to assistive technologies that this element should be treated like a heading. Screen readers would read the text and indicate that it is formatted like a heading. In addition, the level tells assistive technologies which part of the page structure this heading represents. A level 1 heading usually indicates the main heading of the page. Level 2 heading the first subsection, level 3 a subsection of that, and so on. Okay. Column header, title. So, I guess, can we close this down then? Okay, so we close that down. Can I use this thing? Okay, so that brings up this little, like, thing here. We can take a look at these. We have the heading there, which is book inventory. Okay. A summary. Use there. How about contrast? Label elements with insufficient contrast. So you can't see like where that might be. 17.5 is good. 25 is good. Link text. I don't think there's any link, but there's labels. Inputs of missing labels. There's image alt text. Landmarks. Hover over elements to view them as a screen reader would. Screen reader wand. So there's no text visible to the screen reader here. So this is in progress. We have history in progress. That. Okay. So the way the screen reader would read this, book inventory, title, author, category, status, rate, book, author, science, lead, book, author, history, in progress, book. Okay, so we're gonna do, there's just like screen reader view. There's the ARIA DevTools, I think, that we tried to take a look at as well. Also got this this reference image pulled from the whatchamacallit. This is what we were working on. And so I think we want to try to match a lot of what this is. So I guess what I'll do, I think I'll just copy what they have. I would like to have my own whatchamacallit, my own content, although I think this is fine actually. Let's take a look. We're looking for an assistive technology, so we're looking for screen reader extension, accessibility screen readers, Chrome Store. Well, that's not what we want. We want it for Firefox. Screen reader enhancer. What? No, that's not what I want. Just want a screen reader. I'm already sensing a problem. Is there screen reader? I guess there's one in Windows. Turn off all unnecessary animations. Okay, so using without a display should work. So if I
This is narrator mode, where you can get help, access your settings, and learn about new features. Narrator is a screen reader that describes aloud what's on your screen, so you can paste an image 202606113016. Revolt, Obsidian 1.12.7 window.
Wow.
20260611. Index.html underscore assets. VS Code administrator window. Index.html.
Enable. Yes. Will that add a
/h1 table th title /th author /th category /th.
Hopefully it would add the whatchamacallit there. VS Code thing. Okay, that's enough of that. Hang on.
Index.html underscore assets. VS Code administrator window. Index. Navigate. Screenshot. Browser tabs. Toolbar. Open. Navigate. Search. Add tab. Screen. Inventory. Scan. E. L. T. Space. Tab T. Space. Type. Table. No. Space. No primary action. Tab T.
How do I?
Scan off. Navigation toolbar. Screenshot. Inventory. Scan. Item. Index.html underscore assets. VS Code administrator. Scan off. Pasted image. Text. OBS January 2nd. 32. Settings. Streamer duck off. SP. Photos. View. Index.html. Use the computer without a display. Inventory window. Inventory legal window. Inventory. Scan. System tray overflow window. Windows command power. Scan off. Area. Scan. Area window heading up. What's the area? This is narrator mode, where you can get help, access your settings, and learn about new features. Narrator is a screen reader that describes a remote window of inventory. Complete guide to narrator Microsoft support. Complete guide to narrator Microsoft support is finished loading.
You navigate. Cell in a row.
Main content support interface. Microsoft 365. Office products. Devices. More. My Microsoft 365. Next list. Enter.
Wait, where's the shortcuts? So Control Alt period moves the last cell in a row. Last cell. Traversing tables. Control Alt comma. I don't want it to like to keep. I don't want it to keep reading. Okay. First and last cell, but how do I navigate to the next?
Chapter 5. Navigation Microsoft support. Chapter 5. Navigation Microsoft support has finished loading. Chapter 5. Navigation. Scan. Inventory. Nav key selected. Oh. Status. Nav S. Read. In. 2. Nav team. Key selected. New tab. Scan off. Browser tab. Open a new tab. Inventory. Scan. Item has no preview. Item has no primary action. Single quote. Not on table. Not on table. No previous character. No previous character. Item. Table.
Up goes to the table. Oh, up and down. Okay. So I can go into it by pressing down. Okay, so this is telling the class. There's nothing in there. So what if I added ARIA labels or something to this? So if I added
Suggest list. ARIA active. Index.html.
not yet rated if we did that.
Inventory leverable window. Book inventory scan. No previous item. Space. Table. Author. In progress. In progress.
And the ARIA label's not there.
Inventory. Book in. Item. Table. Author. In progress. In progress.
The rate doesn't show up. So rating doesn't show up if I do area label.
Suggest list.
Oh, ARIA label. Oh my god.
Greater than sign. T. T. Space. Greater. 3. 3. 3. Book inventory lever. Book inventory scan. Title. Table. Rated 3 out of 3.
Nice. Okay, so that works.
In progress. Not yet rated.
Nice.
History. 3. 3. 3. History.
Okay, so maybe we can use the same stuff.
3. 3.
Just using the ARIA label.
In progress.
So it says in progress, but that's because it's like, I don't know why we have this span class of status. It doesn't need to be there.
In progress. In progress. Not yet rated. In progress. History.
So that's a thing that we should probably change. So what I'll do is I'll just remove the span. It's just going to be a class of red. Although I guess that's what they want. Okay, never mind. Because we can remove the span.
Space.
I don't like that it's reading that twice, right? So I think what we'll do is we'll maybe hide it. So we can do it a couple ways, I think, right? So how can we do this? How can we status read? Yeah, so I think I want like what's the best practices for tables?
Skip to content. Navigation menu. Depth muted. Skip to main content on the menu. Seven.
That's great. I just don't want it doing that.
Navigation tool. The 3 best free screen readers. Stand off. www. The 3 best free screen navigation tool. Or enter address. Stand off. System tray overflow window. Main. Windows command palette. No item in view. Context. Menu. Turn off exit area.
I wish that I could have it set for just one thing. Let me see. Can I set it just for one window or something?
This is narrator, where you can get help, access your settings, and learn about new features. Narrator is a screen reader that describes what's on your screen, so you can use the information.
Just go to the settings, I think. Just exit narrator for now. Keyboard shortcut for narrator. The narrator home complete guide. Lower the volume of their apps. Okay. Verbosity level. Text only. Shoot. Phonetically when reading by character. Advanced details like help text and buttons and other controls. That's interesting. Legacy, what is that for? Okay, I don't know what how to use this thing. Don't know how to use this. It's interesting. I don't know what settings I should be setting. So, what are the guidelines for HTML tables? Oh, there's a checklist here. So use scope ID headers attributes. The thing I just see as a problem here is that when you tab into a row, maybe you don't know what the category is, you know? Like I can easily view, like if I'm looking at history, I can easily just glance up and see that it's history, that it's category. If you're using the screen reader, then it's going to just read the table, and then you'd have to like do so many other button presses to go all the way back up to reference the column. So, I mean, I guess there's a way that you can navigate columns. But wouldn't it be great if you could have it like say that, like say which column you're in? So all interactions must be keyboard accessible. Sort columns must be operable via keyboard. Arrow keys should navigate between cells, native tables, or custom implementation. So that's not what's happening. When we do this, though, we can go up and down. We can't go left and right. ARIA Live for status updates. So what about So the semantic HTML here. So use the scope attribute to indicate whether they are column headers or row headers. So we know that this is these are column headers, or so column headers. And does that change things then if we're using the screen reader, the Alt-Shift-N? Is that what it was? Alt-Control-N? No. That was the... Windows key control and enter. Okay, so Windows key control and enter. Okay, I don't need this. Okay, I don't need that. Okay. Okay. How do we do this? How do we use this? I feel so lost. And so we're using the scope elements on the TH elements. Should always include visible caption or area label to describe the table's purpose. So the area label will read that out. It'll say rated 3 out of 3. That's nice. You can also put like an area label for the rating here. So the span class there, we can say is the, you know, not yet rated.
Less than sign, double quote, less than sign, greater than sign, rated 3 out of 3, blank cell. Three. Go next item. 3. Not yet rated.
Cool. Okay, so that's an improvement. Okay, so what's happening here?
Heading level 1 book inventory.
Oh, that's weird.
A.
So we still can't like move right or left with this.
E. A. Rated 3 out of 3. Base. Oh. Oh.
So I don't know why. Scope on here for that. So caption should be placed immediately after table tag. Interactive example. Tab to navigate through table cells. I can't do that with this one though. That's not possible with here. So how do we make it so there? Table structures are automatically understood. Headers are announced when entering cells. Table caption is announced when entering the table. So here's an example. They have scopes here. Table design. So they put a caption right above. So we have caption, T head, and T body. And the caption class is there. We have an ARIA label for the table. So what we should do is maybe have an ARIA label here in this table. Inventory. And how do we hide it only from screen readers?
Statement. Inventory preview. Heading 1 by 2 is an example of project that meets the requirement. Index by HTML. Inventory. Scan. Fine. New tab. Scan off. Browser tabs tool. Open a new tab. Navigation to. Search tab.
So tab doesn't work for here. I can only use up and down. It doesn't say table. Is this even like a... Narrator's not good. Okay. All right. So how do you navigate? Oh, here we go. Control Alt arrow not working on table. So it's Control Alt is what it's supposed to be. So it's Control. Oh, Control Alt arrow is what it is. Interesting. Okay, so it's Control Alt, up and down, left and right. Okay. Tab links and form controls. Headings. So why doesn't it go with tab? Like why? Narrator is a screen reader built. Windows. Control Alt and the DB2. So tables, examples, and practice. Okay, here we go. Nice. So nice. Look at this. So we can actually practice on here. If we do.
Using narrator to validate that scan. Table. Narrator practice. Scan. Return to the main argument. Table. Present. Narrator practice. Tables.
Okay,
Table.
not on table.
Return to the main argument. Narrator practice. Tables. Heading. Item has no primary reaction. Return. And music. Narrator practice. Table. Showing bar. Table. No next table. Showing bar. Table.
You could shift T and go back. That's pretty fun.
Link. Return to the main argument. Return to the main argument. No next table. WHT. Table. Argument code /class number. Action. Max rule. 15. Item 100. Online thread. And block. The other. Now. Drop. 15. +1. +2. 10. 30. Online. 8 block. 9 block. Reset. Online credit. Online credit.
Monwood Friday.
13. Online credit. Online credit. Online credit.
Monwood Friday. Okay. I think if you added spaces between them, will it read differently? That's pretty funny. Okay, so if we go to the next table, and then we can navigate there, press down to get into the table. That's the caption. There's a space there.
Library. Blank cell. Space. Edit. Library. Primary. Beginning. Then. Jack. Name. Birthday. April 5th. January. February. 12. 5. Jack. Then. Beginning. Primary. Library. Jack. Name.
So how does the screen reader then know that this is a label, that this is a, this isn't data? That that's a header. I'm kind of curious. And so, okay. What other practices do we do? That's funny. Web pages are run automatically using narrator with touch. Okay. Okay, well, that's an interesting page here. And we'll have creating accessible tables. Let's see. Class's first call for that, and that's it there. Okay, they don't actually have headers. Column and row headers to improve. Yeah, okay. Class doesn't get read though, right? So scope column. So you can do this. So if you have more than one heading, it can be useful to use the scope of column and then scope row. Okay. call span and row span attributes. Number of cells. Okay, it's merged then. Okay. Full course schedule. Call span of 6. Information might be interpreted. So a screen reader output would say fall course schedule Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Fall course schedule Eric. Fall course schedule Monday. Friend 100. Avoid the use of split or merge cells. Support for these attributes will vary depending upon the type of screen reader used. Yeah, okay, so I don't think we have to do too much. I think just labeling the column headings there, or giving the scope there, giving an ARIA label to the table, and then ARIA labels for the things that are empty here. Now, then how do I hide these from screen reader then? The before and after stuff should be hidden by that. Okay, and then what we could do is to do this like this, do an ARIA label here and do like in progress. And then if I just get rid of this, then I can just do content afterwards. Let's see if that works. Let's see. So if I do this here. Book inventory table. In progress blank cell though. Okay, we don't want it to say that though. We don't want it to say blank cell.
In progress. Links. Not yet reading. In progress. Links. Not yet reading. Space. In progress. Not yet reading. Space. In progress. This week. In progress. Not yet reading. In progress. This week. In progress. Not yet reading. In progress. This week. In progress. Blank cell.
In progress blank cell. So that's probably not. That's not what we intend for it to say. We don't want it to say blank cell. So, say in progress then.
Inventory. Book inventory. Book inventory. Item. Added. In progress. This week. In progress. Read. Science. This. In progress. Not yet read. Not yet read.
Oh.
Not yet read. Not yet read. Rated 3 out of 3.
Okay.
Text. In area.
Okay, so let's go ahead and flesh this out a little bit better, and we'll just add some more data from here. Oops, I don't want that. I want this. So we'll add some stuff here. Well, we have red there. I want to change the styling actually. So let's go ahead and change the styling first. I wonder if I can put this like underneath here. That down here while we look at that other one. So we want the actual table header row to be to have a background, right? So we can do t head and have a background image of a linear gradient that's light blue to azure as well. There we go. And in the table element, I think what we want, we could have display as flex. Column there, maybe. Is that what we want, or is it inline block with something else? It's probably like we want grid, right? We probably want grid. It's probably what we want. Okay, but the thing we want. For all these spans with the class of status. It's not. Yeah, so that doesn't work 100% of the container. So, what do we want from? It's not changing anything. Oh wait, if I do important, then I'll change it. There it goes. So we're changing the width on something. We're setting the width somewhere. Is this where we're doing that? Anything that's rated? The span? Class status here. We want the fit content. Is that what we're doing? 100% of the container, but the thing is, padding's there. Do we set a margin back to 0? Is this 0? All right, we're gonna take a break. Okay. Sure. Don't think we want... I don't think we want this here. How do we get rid of the... all the other stuff? I think I need to do like a clearing first. There's still spacing between cells. Maybe with the T head. Use it the display to flex or something. Is that what it is? Flex row T head, everything in there is a whatchamacallit. So I guess all like TD elements or TH elements, we could say no, that doesn't work. Huh. That's weird. Oh boy, I don't know if this is gonna work. So I think our table is now accessible. What we want to do is to make it visually look kind of cool. Table layout property, is that what we can do? Table layout algorithms. So I guess could do something like this. Table. I don't know what any of that does. All right, there's something going on with this screen reader optimized thing. No, I don't want that on. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. Fixed table. Table column. Display table. I don't know, man. How do you style tables? I guess I could just go over to here and see what they did. Just what'd they do? What'd it do? So, table container. Table. TD class red. Status red. And they did all this stuff inside there. Span. Okay. So what are they doing in the layout here? Style editor, basically, is what we're looking for. Okay, that's all just like importing stuff there. Where's the actual rules? That's way too many things. That's okay. This is it. This gotta be it. Okay, so this is what they did. Yeah. See, they selected all spans from there. They selected the nth child from there. So what I had was functionally equivalent to that, and it's kind of like easier to generalize then from there. But there's things works. It's bespoke. Displays, so the spans are inline block. Right, and text align should be center. That's what I'm looking for, okay. Border collapse. Okay, that's what we were looking for. We were looking for that property. Okay, hang on a second. Let's see this. Okay. Collapse, and they say overflow X is auto. Let's see this. Collapse, but it didn't do anything. That didn't do it. That didn't do shit. It didn't do anything. Width is 100 VW. Whoops. Oh, I'm in the wrong fucking thing. There it is. There's border collapse. There we go. Okay. Now, what the hell did I have here? What did I have in body? A background color, is that what I had? There we go. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and we wanted the border for these things to be that. For this one, let's do it as there. Okay, so um and we had one for all three. All right, that's fun. Um, hmm. All right. So the background of this, we want it to be what? Not yet rated. Okay. TD elements. We wanted a text align of center. There we go. Okay, and then these this one, what we wanted was a vertical align, I think, of middle? No? Okay, maybe centering it. Super bottom, super center, super middle, super baseline. All right. Well, how do we want the text inside of here? Ah, I don't know. Hmm. want is the... Why won't this work for... Caveat brush? I have that one installed. I don't know why it's not working. Weird. I have to import it? Really? I don't have it available? Should be. It's on my computer for sure. It's on the computer. That's weird. Okay, so we don't have it installed, really? It's a cursive thing, but it doesn't do caveat brush. So why don't we have caveat brush available to us here? It should be available. The content doesn't work. I set it to 100%. Why is it bleeding over into the next cell? That's what I don't understand. Rating is not doing that. So the table container auto overflow X. How did they handle this? Spans of inline block. Is that what I did? Spans have inline block? They do. What happens if I get rid of that? Okay, so it does that. Border radius 2030. Width of 20%. What do I have it set to? Yeah, that doesn't work, dude. Larger than 0.1 rem. There's some padding here too. Hmm. Yeah, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Box sizing a border box. Maybe that was the issue? Hmm. Alright, we're gonna take a break. Okay, what do they mean here? How come their stuff looks better? Why? 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 So they have 7M of spacing for the rating. For the width. Maybe that's why? Let's see. Padding's 0.3. 1.85 RAM. And then okay, so that looks a little better. Why we have this? So border status. Yeah. That don't look right. I'm trying to see like all the sizing differences here. Why does that matter? All right, well, we have to import caveat brush here. Let's see. And is that what I did for the other one? Because let me see. I did. Okay. Caveat, so we can get caveat brush. So we have that one. That's fun. Okay. Sir. And border of 0.1M for the to read. Is that what we have a different thing here? Let's see. Oh, they added it on top of their background image. Never mind. Hmm. Don't see why ours looks so much different. Border radius 50. So why don't these stay on the same line? Very confused. There's nothing else that I changed unless they did something else. This was my solution. That's mine, this is theirs. Okay, I'm very confused. Because there shouldn't be that big of a discrepancy here between the two. Why is there so much space? Why do they have so much space for their rating stuff, but I don't? And we did 2 pixels solid for that one. What did they do? 0.1. Is that maybe what the problem is? No. No, that's not it at all. Even if I keep the rating the same? Maybe it's this that I'm... I added a margin, is that why? No, that's not it. It's not the margin. Why does that last one not want to fill up there? Got their thing here. So I did this here. If I get rid of that, there it goes. So it was the fit content thing. Okay, so I can't put it as fit content. Okay, whatever. That's it. That's what it was. All right. Then, just the background color of, actually, let's do color. Oh, that looks terrible. That looks awful. Got so many different things going on here. I'm going to looks a little bit better. I think we need to like do some letter spacing on the up here. Oh, now it works. That's better. Okay. Let's get the content. So the second one, just then I guess we can move this down. Lord of the Flies, we'll just say. But that one, Golding. Ooh, allegorical novel. We'll bring that one down underneath these other ones. Oops. To read. The Plagu. The Plagu by Albert Camus. Philosophical novel. It's philosophically a novel. Got another one which is a red, which is a metamorphosis. We did 1 out of 3. Here we go. How about we do this? Copy that one. Copy another one. And we'll move that one underneath here. This is somebody who's book inventory who's just like trying to impress people. I read very thoughtful novels. We'll take a look at our list now. That's what it looks like now. All right. That's fine. Wonder if I could change the styles. So we're accessible to screen readers, but not so much other stuff with visual stuff. Book inventory. What if we change the color? That's not good. It's not great. If we go the other way with it. Not good. It's a dark mode, though. That's pretty nice. How about we go that one? Dark lettering, and we'll just lighten up the other stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. How about, how about that? Okay. How about that one? All right, so we'll change the linear gradient on these other ones. Table head, that one's okay, I think. That's fine. To read is red. So I guess we could do orange red, or not that. Coral. That kills people, coral. Do a text transform, I think, here. Yeah, that would look better, I think. Or actually, I think what we could do is do a font family thing, so we can do a various sans here. That would look better. to a very Grisa. There we go. And so then I can oops, here. Move that down here. There we go. And for the yellow here, what can we do? What can we do for this? We want to do dark yellow. How about banana? No, there's no banana. There's no banana color. Tangerine? Ooh. What other colors are there? We could do coral to there. Coral? That kills people. Are we going the other way? Yeah, okay. Whatever. Whatever. I do what I want. Alright, I think this is our last pomodoro. I'm gonna, like... I don't know. I don't know what I want to do here. I'm not really happy with this. Not really proud of it. Like I was with the other stuff. Just not feeling great today. I guess like if we zoom in, it looks a little bit better. I don't mind it as a zoomed in thing. Oops. But yeah, I'm not really thrilled with this one. We did learn a little bit more about accessibility and such. But there we go. That's the day today. Okay, well, we tried. We tried. Let's take a look at what we did, though. Close this down. I'm going to take a screenshot of this. And, let's see. Here we go. Go back over here. So, oh, okay, so. Oh, it's not that one. Okay, well, we wanted to build a book inventory. A book inventory app? Is that what it was? It wasn't an app. It's just a book inventory. Did I say app? Does it say book inventory app? It does say book inventory app. That's so funny. There's no, like, real app stuff going on here. All right. Well, yeah, there we go. That's their references. Okay, so that's the reference. Let's paste there, and then that's our finished project. Finished product, and files here. We'll link to those. We have the index of HTML that we have in portfolio. That's the one. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oops. Index and styles as CSS. So those are those two ones. This was our minimal solution. This is our slightly touched up version. Yeah, it's all right. It's not really anything to write home about. We can do better, or at least learned how to do better with tables with the scope. It's just like so. Wait, I wanted to see if we forms and tables. We did look at tables here. Here, tables and forms. So I think we did that. I did all of that already. I'm surprised. Okay. That's fun. All right, so on, let's see. Well, we didn't get everything done today, but we've still got, what do we have, like 68 more days? Is that what it is? Or 70 more days. We're on day 20. So on day 21, tomorrow, we'll be looking at responsiveness and responsive design. And since we did not do any new content today, we won't have any review tomorrow. We'll just do a quiz on CSS attribute selectors. And then we'll look at the responsive design, which I think is a pretty full day. No, not really. There's not much going on there. So I think we'll go take a look at some other stuff with the responsive web design book by Ben Frayne. So we'll be on, like, there's the chapter 4, I think, on Flex, and then there's another thing on Grid, I think, that comes right after that. So that should be fun. We should be learning a lot there. Yeah, it's been tough to keep the motivation going, but I really still, still am enjoying this stuff. So just hard to keep at it, There's good days and bad days, and a lot of bad days lately. It seems like just days where I'm very tired and not really into it. But yeah, try to have get a good night's rest and come back to it tomorrow and finish up the week. So That's all for today. I'll catch you back here tomorrow for Friday's day 21 of 90 days of web development. Let me know how you're doing with your journeys in the comments, and I'll catch you later. Bye.